Yep.
On YouTube, Joe?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Testing. 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 Yeah. Testing.
I'll keep testing. That's fine.
Testing, testing, testing. City. Are you sure it's not this one?
Test 1, 2, 3.
Yes. That's what you do.
Walk down there, hand it to him. That's a good. Keep that in this folder. You can look at it when you get home. Just hand it to him. Thank you, sir. I was supposed to give that to you, sir. With that being said, now y'all know about something to my land, right? We're in Colorado. To my home address. I changed the address twice. Not only did I change it in the city, I also changed it at the post office. Right? PSO sends it to my normal address here at my house, right? They start my land. They send me something, but they sent it because they went in there themselves and changed it. And they sent it to the other address, hoping that they would catch me if I could. See what I'm saying? So here's my proof that y'all got my correct address. You chose not to use it.
Yeah.
Y'all didn't have to get so send me a letter. See what I'm saying? We got let it go. We so good. That's what I'm saying. It's 1,000 things that they've done. It's like I said, that's all my bad. That's what
Okay. What I want to do is set up
we found a police report and everything. Why did the police department But my other son got the night court. So when I went out there to get the proof, I'm like, man, I need a copy of the police report. I get there, and the guy like, man, he didn't do it. You should have it. So I'm like, oh, he did it. Right? So in the end, I got the other police reports on my other dude. But then I had we do type another thing that says, what's that? Basically, it says that he was there, and the guy, yeah, I had to. But he was there, and he told us the kid was certain, and she was on supposedly on camera. Certain size of press charges. He didn't know what kid it was. So I was like, okay. So it worked out the way he didn't violate it. Because he did my other ones and my other sons went through it. So regardless, it's going to be and that same guy didn't it, and he just got caught through the false police report. He got caught in the actual court system.
Okay, so now this is good. So all this shit.
That's what happened. I took him out of school. I had to send him out of school. I had to take all my kids out of cash.
So we need to make a note that when you get the media in on this, that you want to be harassed about the ability to keep on the question of the city involved in city practice. So it's not only the married. So yeah, I got questions. And like I said, this definitely going to be working on this city. I'm definitely going to take it. Put me up. Stay with you. So you won't have a mixed up whatever you do. It's got it.
I kind of go. I got it. I found it.
And the green light's on, you step up here and pray, then you back up while we say the pledge. If you stay there, you'll be leading the pledge, which is fine too. And then you can say down what you do. All right?
So they need to send it to the
Okay, it's time to get started. At this time, I will call the special meeting of the City Transit Trust to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren.
And a quorum is established. Business item number 1, consider approval of the minutes of the City Transit Trust special meeting of March 28, 2023. Ryan? Oh, we don't need it on minutes. I just need a motion.
Make a motion.
A motion and a second. Please call the roll. Please vote. And the motion carries 8-0. Item number 2, consider approving a resolution authorizing the chairman of the Transit Trust to sign split letters pertaining to future grant opportunities. Ryan?
Good afternoon. Yes, these two split letters are annual documents that are basically a pass-through through the Department of Transportation to the City of London. I broke our thing. There we go. Okay, we're good? Okay. Good afternoon. Yes, these two split letters are actually annual documents, basically where the federal money comes through the Oklahoma Department of Transportation to the City of Lawton, and these letters basically authorize that we're not receiving the money, but we acknowledge the money's there, and then we would still have to apply for the grants at a later date.
Questions? And we have a motion to approve and a second by Ms. Chapman. Is that right? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Do we have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Mr. Gill and Mr. Hampton, please call the roll.
Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren. Hankins.
John, do we need a recess between meetings, or are we ready to go? Okay, we're ready to go. With that, I will call this regular meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Danny O'Corey and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we come humbly before you in the spirit of thanksgiving, offering you thanks for our great city, our mayor, our city council, our city leaders, and the shakers and the movers of our city. We thank you that Lawton is truly a city of hope, a city that we don't only survive, but we can thrive. We recognize our need for you today. Lord, we ask for wisdom and discernment over the matters of our city. May our leaders make decisions that will ultimately glorify you. May your leaders lead righteously, from pure hearts, and in the integrity of your word. Today, Lord, bless our mayor, our city council, our local leaders, our judges, our political leaders, as well as the shakers and the movers of our city. And last but not least, bless the people of our city. In the name of Jesus, Yeshua HaMashiach, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Thank you, Pastor. And please call the roll.
Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris.
Okay, and now we move on to a presentation for the Lawton Police Department recognition. No? Chief, okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'd like to call down two of my officers, Lieutenant Borderline and Sergeant May. Just want to give them some recognition. In January of 2021, 2022, our narcotics unit was conducting a surveillance on some known drug dealers. And they were moving a large quantity of drugs in their community. So they was watching them, and they needed to perform a traffic stop. So they called Lieutenant Borderline, who was in a MARC unit, to perform a traffic stop. When he activated his license R-ing, they refused to stop, and a pursuit occurred, and it continued outside our jurisdiction. And while they were in a pursuit, there was 3 individuals in the pursuing vehicle, and they started firing at our officers. It was 2 other officers in the pursuit, and while they were firing, they struck off Lieutenant Borderline's vehicle, and one of the bullets ricocheted and struck him in the face. And he continued for a period, and he pulled over, and he told the other vehicles that was in the pursuit to continue, and he was going to get assistance. To make a long story short, other agencies got into the pursuit, OHP, Elgin, Madison Park, and while all this is going on, they were still firing from their vehicles. They was firing on our officers. They were able to get them stopped at a location. One of the suspects was apprehended. 2 of the suspects got away, and while they got away, they hijacked another vehicle in an attempt to get away. With that, there was a female driver was in the vehicle, and the other male vehicle was in the trunk of the car. As they was trying to get away, Sergeant May reached through the car window, took the keys out of the car, and turned the car off, took the keys out of the car, and was able to stop them from getting away. When they opened the trunk, the male suspect was in the trunk with a weapon, getting ready to fire. Like I said, there was several other agencies that came and helped us, but I want to give them recognition because at our state conference last month, Sergeant May and Lieutenant Borderline, along with 2 of our narcotics detectives, received the State Medal of Valor for their actions on that day. The 3 got, all 4 got Medal of Valor, and Lieutenant Borderline received a Purple Heart for his injuries. So I just want them to come forward and be recognized for the wonderful deed that they did and putting themselves in harm's way and keeping this community safe.
Thank you very much, officers, and thank you, Chief. And with that, we move on to reports by the mayor and city council. And we'll start down here with Sergeant Major, who's visiting us today. You got to push your button, and I have to figure out how to work this.
Got it pushed, Mr. Mayor. Okay. Colonel P is on leave for the remainder of the month, but Fort Sill, we're welcoming the community to, we've opened up Lettra. The water slides are working this year, so that's our big news for Fort Sill. I know our community and the Lawton community will greatly appreciate that. And then we had our Silfax this morning, and the soldiers and the families are looking forward to Freedom Fest at the end of the month as we get to to ring in our independence. So that's all I
All
have.
right, moving up on us quick. And Ms. Johnson?
To remind everyone that this Friday and Saturday, the national holiday of Juneteenth will be celebrated. On Friday, it'll be on C Avenue, and on Saturday, it will be at the Patterson Center.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And before you hit your Juneteenth, go to the farmer's market, get you some fresh vegetables so everybody can be healthy. And just a reminder, Food Truck Tuesday happens at 4 o'clock at the farmer's market also. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on what the Sergeant Major said. Freedom Fest is coming up quick. Jason's not here, but he's doing outstanding work. I just want to remind everybody there will be a Soapbox Derby. There's the Arts and Humanities Council will take applications to receive a Soapbox Derby kit, which the wood will already be cut. All you have to do is assemble it. And then there's also going to be a hot dog eating contest. Both of these events will happen on the Friday before in Elmer Thomas Park. So encourage everybody to come out. Saturday's events are going to be outstanding. The mayor has promised me the weather will be perfect. And so we're looking forward to a nice weekend celebrating our country's freedom.
Whatever the weather is, it's perfect. Ms. Hankins?
I just want to remind everybody, in case you haven't noticed, it is lawn growing season. And, you know, I know there are times when it's hard for some people to get their yard mowed. I understand that. And the city does get behind sometimes because it's a lot of acreage that they have to mow. But if you can get a hold of a lawnmower from a neighbor, or maybe a neighbor, if they see that you need help, will help you get your lawn mowed. But it is the citizens' responsibility and not the city's. So, and I think you get charged if the city has to go and pay. So just be cognizant of that and try to either get some help to mow or something. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we will move on to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. And I've been asked to make sure that I announce that the council does not respond during audience participation. And our first citizen is Matina Davis, 1417 Northeast Independence, is that Drive or Lane?
Avenue.
Avenue. Ms. Davis.
So you just hit the button? It's on already? Okay. I'm coming to council as a citizen with experience of a veteran soldier because I am both. I feel like I'm at war again. I'm going to quote my fellow comrade, Thomas Jefferson, who began his role as a political activist and a revolutionary. God had created the mind free and manifest his supreme will that free it shall remain by making it altogether insusceptible of restraint. Free speech makes representatives accountable to we the people. Congress can make no law abridging the freedom of speech. Therefore, why does Lawton City government feel that it's okay to override Congress and the Founding Fathers? I'm here to speak about my First Amendment rights: freedom of religion, freedom of express, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom to petition the government. Freedom of speech, which gives Americans a right to express themselves without fear of government interference. Lawton City government has interfered with my First Amendment right. Lawton City government has caused interference by trumping up false charges against me. You all heard of the Blue Wall of Silence. Lawton City government has the Widow Boys, the community. The community consists of councils, attorneys, managers, prosecutors, judge, and etc. Let's talk about the court, a body, an institute that administers justice. A judge should maintain and enforce the high standards of conduct and should professionally observe these standards so that the integrity and independence of the jury system may be preserved. The judges, in my case, should recuse themselves, being on Lawton City Council payroll. May cause doubt regarding impartiality. In such situations, the law instructs that error, if any, should be in favor of disqualification. A prosecutor's job is not to get a conviction, but to get justice, not to help the good old boys in the community. Before I take my seat, how can one waste the court time when the citizens are in real need of the court?
And you have 15 seconds.
To ask for a restraining order with saying that the person, you don't feel threatened, you're using sources that belongs to the city, to the citizens. I am sure that the citizens of Lawton will not agree on their taxpayer money being spent on frivolous crimes being committed by our Lawton City government.
Okay, and Ms. Davis, your time is up. Thank you for coming. And the next citizen is Aquarian Yarborough, 1510 Southwest Washington. Mr. Yarborough.
Okay, so my land's on 1510 Southwest Washington. It is down the street from Councilwoman Johnson. I believe all you guys know what's going on with Councilwoman Johnson and Matina. The reason that I assume everyone knows what's going on is because Mayor, you were there at her court date. The gentleman that's not here was at her court date. And there was a few more people. And I don't even want to get to all of that. My point with this is that I don't think you guys are understanding. PSO sent me a letter to my property. And to that property, I have my exact address. It sent it to my 8218 address. But your people who work here to my same property, they decided to send a letter to it saying I needed to cut it, but it didn't come to my address. It went to my Colorado address. And I've changed that address, not just twice with the city government, I've also changed that address 2 times, let's say, with the post office. So I'm going to get off of that subject. I've got a lot. I'm going with all of this because people don't understand. I've never stolen anything in Lawton or taken from anyone. I've worked for dealerships my whole life. I've not come up here. I haven't bothered anyone. I haven't taken any money from anyone. Mayor, you said my name. I wasn't here. I don't know you. I was at my daughter's graduation. I was at my daughter's graduation and you were talking about me and I wasn't here. When I tried to have a meeting with you, you didn't want to work with me. You turned me down. Everyone that I told you I was working with, Might Elementary, everybody, you went to everywhere I was working with and started working with them. And we have documented proof for all of these things that you guys have been doing to us, and you sit here with these smirks, especially Mr. Ratliff here. You told Matina and me on video to go file a police report and we felt unsafe. And to sit here and watch your wife make a hate group of her, that's wrong. That's wrong, and everything's documented. We're not coming here because we're crazy. You guys have called me crazy. You told people I was on drugs. You've done all kinds of sick things. And I've got 6-month-old twin boys at home. 6-month-old twin boys. Their mother was in the hospital for 2 weeks. They were born at 32 weeks early. The 2 weeks I was there, y'all were harassing me then. You were harassing me then. I never said a thing. So I've got it all documented. My son's got knives pulled on him. It's documented at the school. It's down at the county courthouse. There was a case on it. This son got into a fight. The police officer didn't even file a police report, but that same police officer got caught on another case and will be caught on this one too. I've got the federal government involved, and I know it. You think I'm crazy? I get it, but I've talked to them. I don't tell you because I know the games you guys play. We know what you're doing. So thank y'all, but no thank you. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to work with you. If you've done wrong, I want you to go to jail.
Okay, and our next speaker is Michael Washington of 3521 Northwest 51st. And Mr. Washington, you have a 405 phone number. Is that address local?
Yeah, no, it's in Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City address. Okay, thank you, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Illustrious Mayor, fellow members of this illustrious, esteemed council. My name is Michael C. Washington. I frequent this city on many occasions. For the most part, particularly focused on the untimely deaths of Zontarius Johnson and Quadre Sanders. Being a well-known political activist, I'm sure many of you know this face, without question, if not by the news, but personally having visited some of you. Now then, I want to piggyback on what this wonderful lady to my right has spoken on, and this gentleman to my close right.
I'm proud to announce that these are some fine people who are on our committee of the Oklahoma Coalition Against People Abuse, where our motto is, change your world and your world will change around you. We will not tolerate on any level any police brutality, and we will not tolerate any citizens harming our wonderful police department, because not every officer is a terrible person. Let me understand that. Without them, we will have a chaotic society in which we live. The First Amendment freedoms are very important to all of us. As a matter of fact, it was adopted in 1791 by the Founding Fathers, who found it necessary to protect many of the civil rights associated with being an American. Sometimes I have to wonder, am I American? Or is it just something written on paper designed to make people feel good? Let me speak very briefly. The First Amendment, in a nutshell and simplified, guarantees freedoms concerning religion, expression, assembly, and the right to petition. It seems that some people have a problem with people petitioning the court, and yet they have an entitlement under state and federal law to do so. So it may be that some of us might be slightly, without naming names, going beyond the call of duty to do their duty to the common man. We cannot achieve this great monumental feat without our government being transparent to its citizens. It must be that way. We cannot have people on committees running everything and creating slanderous materials on Facebook and other social media. That's called libel and slander, as a matter of fact. And in some cases, we may be able to get away with it. Let me close out, because again, I want to definitely stay within the time frame. It is the very purpose of the First Amendment and freedom of expression is so that we can be encouraged and facilitated to be informed as citizens of the understanding of our governments. Again, I want to thank y'all very much. I don't have much time. Let me say in closing, in turn, in order to bridge the gap between our citizens and judiciary, as well as citizens, council, and so forth, in order to bridge the gap, all departments must be included. I want to thank you all very much for allowing me to speak before you, and hopefully this is not my last time. But again, thank you all very much and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Okay, and thank all of you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come and speak during audience participation? This is for items that are not on the agenda. Hi, and please state your name and address for us.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Dolores Raphael. My legal address is 329 Southwest 71st Street.
Okay, Ms. Raphael, what do you have for us? You have 3 minutes.
Pardon me? I have been a resident of the Lawton. First, I'd like to say I was here about a month ago in reference to the park at Alamo West. I'd like you to know those gates are open now, and the youth are able to utilize the playground. I've been a resident of Lawton for over 41 years, since 1982, and was selected as Citizen of the Month by the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women in September 2010. I'm also the recipient of the 2011 Dr. Martin Luther King Humanitarian Award, and I am a Diamond Life member of the NAACP. I have been an intricate part of the Juneteenth Committee dating back to the late Councilman Carol King Green, Councilman Stanley Haywood, and Mr. Albert Johnson Sr., and that committee still exists, where I serve as a joint account owner, chief financial officer, and treasurer. During the COVID-19 pandemic, a new Juneteenth committee was formed within the city of Lawton, and many of the members of the original Juneteenth committee no longer have a seat at the table and have been replaced by a select few.
Hold on just a minute. This is for audience participation, is for items that are not on the agenda. Now, we have a funding request on the agenda for Juneteenth. If you wish to speak on Juneteenth, then you need to be speaking on that agenda item.
I'm not speaking in favor of Juneteenth, the item that's on the agenda.
Okay, proceed. Go ahead and start that back up.
I am concerned that the city is contemplating lending financial support to the new Juneteenth committee that does not represent every sector of the Lawton-Fort Sill community and the founders as intended. I question city's abandonment of the idea and vision of the late Mr. Albert Johnson Sr., which included the entire Lawton-Fort Sill community. It was never the intent to have vendors on the community and its people during national holiday, vendors preying on the people on a national holiday that represents freedom from oppression and slavery. I stand here today to oppose any future funding being issued to this new Juneteenth committee until the original Juneteenth committee is afforded a seat back at the table. I have a copy of a claim that was submitted for the city last year, and $7,095.65 went to the Juneteenth committee, the old Juneteenth committee.
15 seconds, please.
Request that funding be shared, and should the funding be granted, I hereby request the funding be shared with the original Juneteenth committee, which was formed for the people, by the people, and of this community, inclusive of all.
Okay, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else that would like to come forward during audience participation for items that are not on the agenda? Seeing none, I will close audience participation. And that brings us up to the consent agenda, and the city manager is wanting to strike item 10, because I guess it's not complete, right? And then we also have 27 is, actually, the note I got here says the judge is out of town, but I'm not sure the judge was the one, Mr. Warren, I'm not sure the judge is the one you sought the report from. Is he?
No, and I spoke with the chief, and the chief wasn't here that night, and evidently between the previous city manager and the chief, the ball got dropped, and so he was never directed to do that. He has since started putting that together.
Okay, are you good with striking this for tonight?
Yes, if we can strike it, we'll bring it back on the next meeting.
Okay, so number 27 is struck. And okay, and then I also have a request to poll 21 to speak on. Are there any other items, council, that you would like to pull from the consent agenda to speak on, or get further clarification, whatever? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Council and Mayor, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items number 10 and 27, which were struck, and pulling of item 21.
Okay, and just a little correction, 27 wasn't on the...
Oh, I'm sorry.
But we're striking item 10, we're pulling 21, and that's your motion.
That's it.
And do I have a second? Mr. Gill, I forgot your name. Mr. Gill seconded it. Please vote. And the motion carries 8-0. And that brings us up to 21. Consider awarding contract CL 23-033 fuel pump upgrades at Schoolhouse Slough to D&H United Fueling Solutions, LLC, DBA Petroleum Marketers Equipment Company. Christine.
Per council's direction, we went out and received bids for the upgrades to the fuel pumps at Schoolhouse Slough to bring them up to current code and to allow them to have the pay-per-pump feature.
Mr. Gill. Hold on, I got
it. It appears that we were going to be asked to vote on this today, but I understood when we did this, we were only going to look at different proposals as far as cost on these. There's still a lot of information that I feel is required to be discussed over this, exactly what we're doing, and
why the pumps that we have, being only 2 years old, need to be replaced, and is a card reader the only thing we need? And then we're going to have to discuss some things about how we're going to protect these. So I feel there's a lot of unanswered questions and possibly some information that need to be updated and shared with others. So that's the reason I asked to pull it. And I do have a motion that we don't take any action on this today, and that we have the information that the staff has put together presented to us so that we can review it, have a meeting and discuss it, and then make a decision, and then take a vote.
What information are you requesting from staff?
Well, I think there's some information why we decided to go ahead all of a sudden and put a vote in effect on spending $167,000 for new pumps. But number one, the pumps that we have are in working condition. The state has looked at them. The state said they're in fine condition except for a line test, which they can't do if it's not open and being used for gas. And also, if we do go the new route, then what are we going to do to recap this money? We still have to decide what we're going to do as far as a concessionaire. Are we going to get one, or are we not, and where we're going there? Plus, there seems to be a question on whether or not, if we use a card reader, which that's kind of what this is all about in some respects, having a card reader to make it easy for people to use these pumps, if we're going to need some sort of shelter to protect this reader. I've been notified by at least 2 other vendors that card readers have to be protected from the weather to a certain degree. So I think there's more costs involved, and I think this is a large item to not go through all the probabilities of. That's my reason. That's the information I would like.
Yeah, okay, it was just my understanding that council wished to move forward with this, so we put that RFP together and got it out, so.
I'm going to deal with the motion, and I'm going to get you to repeat your motion. Is it to table the item until you get more information?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion to table this item until more information is received. Is there a second? And we do have a second. Mr. Ratliff, you know that when you turn on, you cut everybody else off. Did you know that?
I didn't, but I do now.
We're learning this system, but.
I was just going to ask Mr. Gill if he wanted to table to a date certain or just table indefinitely.
Okay, so we're tabling indefinitely, and we have a motion and a second. Mr. Warren.
Can I still comment if we're going to table it?
No, you can comment.
Okay. I was just going to say that I think part of the disconnect may have been that some of this current pump involves the store itself. But after looking at the cost of this, I think what we wanted to do was try to make this a quick and easy solution for those that are wanting to get fuel out there. It's not quick and it's not easy, and payback on it is about 45 years. So I don't know that it's probably the most prudent thing in the world to do, especially without more information. I think we need to really look at maybe letting the new leasee do what they need to do. That's just my...
Okay, Mr. Gill.
I'd like to say one more thing. I think Councilman Warren brought up a good point. That pump has been pumping about 65,000 gallons until last year, and it went to 80. I understand because the convenience store just right up the road a short distance, the closest one to the lake, was closed for the best part of the year during the prime season. So having said that, I didn't figure it quite 45 years, but at the rate you make on fuel and at that low of volume and that little of use, it would take a number of years. I'm not sure 45 is right, but probably close to that. So that's something that I'm not sure the taxpayers want to be burdened with either.
Okay, and I think probably what happened here was the staff just understood when we asked for requests for proposals to bring it, and there was only one. And I think it's just a little bit higher than any of us imagined. So with that, I'll call for a vote. You're voting to table. And the motion carries 8-0. Bringing us up to unfinished business. Consider approving a resolution amending the current general employee pay scale by increasing the minimum hourly pay for a City of Lawton employee to $15 per hour, amending the pay scale consistent with the recent compensation and classification analysis recommendations submitted by JER HR Group, deleting grades 1, 2, and 3, and adding an executive level E5 range, and repealing all previous general employee pay scales effective July 1, 2023, and take action as deemed necessary to include floor amendments. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. So as directed by council, staff actually reached out to the 6 peer cities that were surveyed. We did obtain information from all, with the exception of one, which was Norman. Of the 5 that were actually submitted, it shows that the E5 pay range, which was the proposed added range, it would be from $123,494.90 to $210,275.10. This would give the E5 range a pay rate mean of $166,855, which is still $7,191 below. I did put together some numbers because I was told that you actually like to see numbers. I don't know if you guys have been.
So I do have one question. What employees are considered executive?
Executive level positions would be those that are deputy directors, directors, I believe, who else is on that?
Are you talking about main partlet directors or are all directors? I mean, you have directors,
Department directors?
I think we have departments and we have divisions.
Department directors, department deputy directors. Do we have a list with us of all the, Kristen, do we happen to have a list?
I don't know, the vet,
Yeah.
a couple of engineering.
Engineering, but also the engineer would be considered executive level.
I'll tell you what I'd like to see, council. I'd like to see us approve the page 1 that we were presented last time. I'm sure that's an attachment here that has a proposed general employee pay scale, except for the page 2, which was the executive. And what I'd like to see us do is go out to our peer cities, and I know we have some of that, but what we don't have is the qualifications that other cities are paying for those. So to get apples to apples, I think we need a little more information. We need the job descriptions, the qualifications, and then the range. Everybody has ranges, I think, and so we need to know the ranges each of those pay. So
Mayor,
that
would this
be
just
my thoughts at
would
this
this
time.
just be on? Are you just requesting that on the the proposed E5
No,
or all?
I'm requesting that on all executive level, everything on the executive level pay scale.
Okay.
And there's reasons for that. We need to make sure that at that level, we're paying enough to keep the talent that's needed. Everything's a function of leadership, and we have to have good leadership throughout the organization, and you're not going to get that if your pay is too low. It's just not going to happen. And although I have to tell you, we have to appreciate the employees that have stuck with us as we have been underpaid. So, so that's my thoughts. Council? Oh. Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the second page, the E-class, so on this sheet here, it says the average rate, so the first 4, they have 2 city managers, or it says average of 2 city managers pay rate?
Yes, it shows that they had two, one over operations, I believe, and what was the other one over? Parks and Rec,
Okay.
admin. Yes, sir.
And we don't have the Norman's information, I guess?
No, sir. We
And
weren't
so,
provided that information.
What level would the assistant city manager fall into on that?
Their assistant city manager would be their E5, the proposed E5. Is
What
that what
about
you're asking?
our assistant city manager? What does he fall into?
Currently, E4.
E4.
Right.
And then the department heads fall into what?
Department heads.
Department heads.
There's a range. There's department heads, like, there's E2s, there's E3s, and E4s.
I just wanted to make sure that.
Okay.
Getting clear in my head. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Warren.
I was going to try to figure out a way to turn that into a motion. I'd make a motion that we approve the first page, general employee pay scale, and table the second page.
And direct staff.
2 weeks.
Well, the sooner they get it done, the sooner they get a pay raise. So I'm pretty sure it's going to happen fast.
And table the second one until the staff can bring it back.
Okay, and...
with the items
okay.
that the mayor had mentioned.
Okay, very good. And so those, hold on for me. Okay, the attorney's asking a question. I think, go ahead and turn on. What we're doing is we are including floor amendments, okay? So if you want the resolution to be, he's got to get us right here. You may not have a microphone.
Carol.
Turn yours off for a minute, please. No, turn yours on. Now you're on.
Councilman Warren, so we have a resolution. I think the action is to approve a resolution that adopts these new pay plans. So if we're going to do a motion, I guess it would be to amend the proposed resolution and have a resolution that does whatever you're wanting it to do. That's where I was going.
I would make a motion to amend this item to include only the first page, the general employee pay scale, period.
Let's do it. We've got a motion to improve the first page, not including the executive level. Is there a second? And we do have a second. Discussion or debate. Mr. Hampton.
It is no doubt that I think that the council can make better decisions when they get more information on this. But I'd like to make a friendly amendment to that motion if I could, and I would like to be specific in that we get a spreadsheet from the staff and with a comparison of information on the spreadsheet with the comparison of the six peer cities and each of their executive categories with both high and low and the job title, qualifications, and descriptions of each position. If it can be done at the next council meeting, I think that would be good, but I would like to have that information for the council members.
Okay, I'm going to get you to hold on to that, and after we pass this motion or fail it, whatever we do, I think we come back and make another motion concerning the direction that you just spoke. Is everybody good with that? Okay, who else wants to speak on this? Okay, let's vote. Okay, and that motion carries 8-0. Now, Mr. Hampton, we're going to get you to restate your motion.
I'm sorry. Let's see this. Yes, I would like to entertain a motion, make a motion that when it comes to the executive pay sheet, to get the staff, the direct staff, to bring a spreadsheet with comparisons of all 6 peer cities and our city, to include high-low pay amounts like it is on there, and the job description, qualifications, and descriptions of each of for each of the positions that they hold and that we hold, so that we have kind of an accurate way to take a look at this than just numbers.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We do have a second. John, did you want to say something?
Yes, Mayor. Mayor and Council, first of all, we certainly appreciate your support for the general employees' pay increase. That's been a long time coming. We very much appreciate that. With respect to the executive level pay positions, a lot of the numbers that you're seeking are included in the compensation study, with the exception it's not the Pier 5. Wichita Falls, Texas is included instead of, who did we include that instead of? I mean, I don't remember the Pier.
Norman, Broken Arrow, Wichita Falls, Edmond, Midwest City, and more.
Okay.
Those were the...
So a lot of that ground has been covered in the compensation study. It does not have qualifications in the compensation study, but I think at least some of the information that you're seeking is already there.
Okay, we'll get that compiled together so it's easy to read and compare and get the additional information. Are there any other comments before we vote? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you.
Item number 25, discuss the pavement evaluation report given on May 23rd, plus the immediate need for particular bridge rebuilding and repairing, and consider options for funding and the Oklahoma statutory election calendar, giving direction as deemed necessary. Council, I put this on here because Joe, you can come on up. We're going to have some questions. I put this on here because we need to act fast if we want to get this on the next municipal election. And it's been expressed how important it is that we act on these bridges. I think recently we did get some pretty firm estimates of what they're going to cost. And all we have to do is go out for an ad valorem vote to approve the amount of money necessary, and without raising taxes, important words, without raising taxes, we can address this through the ad valorem program. Now, we also have another issue, and that is the last ad valorem that was passed in 2017, which is ongoing, and I think we even just awarded some contracts, didn't we?
We did.
There's not enough money in that ad valorem to do everything that was on the flyer that the citizens were promised due to inflation. We've all learned about inflation the last few years. And so my opinion is that we get an estimate of what that number is. Do you have that number?
I don't have it with me. We're working on it right now.
So we need our estimate for the bridges, we need our estimate for the numbers, for the roads to finish what we promised the citizens in 2017, and then we can put this out for an ad valorem vote, and without raising taxes, we can address this. What we need today is the approval for the
staff to go ahead and engage outside attorneys to start getting ready for this and bring back the information necessary for us to tie it all together. Now, what is our estimate number for the bridges?
The two bridges that we currently want to reconstruct are the two on 11th Street, and then we need to rehab the two on Cash Road, and we're looking at probably $7 million total number for all those.
Okay, $7 million, and by the next council meeting, you can have us a number to complete.
We'll have some bridge numbers for you, and we'll have that list you were talking about. We would present it in the past where the ad valorem ran out of money and we didn't finish all those ad valorem projects. So we'll have the ones we didn't finish and some estimated costs on getting those finished. We'll have a total package number.
Okay, so what we need today, good with what else you said, about direct staff to hire outside counsel to get this finished.
So outside bond council's aware of this item and that council will be going in this direction. And to make, I believe, a September election, we would need to have the resolution prepared and ready and voted on by, I want to say it's July 13th. Bond council will be here at our next meeting. And so we basically need to know what the number is for the ad valorem. But we can begin working on that, but we need to have the firm numbers.
So what kind of direction from council do you need? I mean, we can get the firm numbers in a few days probably, although they wouldn't be presented at council for 2 weeks. But what direction from council do you need to hire the outside bond counsel to start getting this ready? Because 30 days to get this ready is pretty tight. And if we run it another, it's going to be 2 weeks.
Just a motion to proceed with the resolution as necessary and as necessary to, sorry, I'm not on. I would think just move to direct staff to work with outside bond counsel to prepare a resolution and any of the other items that may be necessary to present to council for consideration.
Okay, Mr. Gill is making that motion. Is there a second? We do have a second for Ms. Hankins. Mr. Warren, you turn yours off or done? Okay. Any discussion? Mr. Harris? Mr. Hampton had his button pushed first, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Joe, are those the only 2 or 4 bridges that we need to look at?
No, I'd like to add some other bridges.
Well, if we vote on this, we put this out to vote and there's other bridges that are going to be in trouble, I think that we probably need to get a full list. And I'm thinking that maybe we need to ask you to kind of give us a list of all the bridges. I'm not really sure.
We're working on that.
Of the council, but at least us having a list. If we fix these bridges and then we end up with more bridges that we can't cross over because we closed them down, then
I was going to propose some more bridges other than the 2 immediate projects we have.
Bring that back. So Joe, I think George and I shared it. I'm not sure if it's in his word or on his side. Did you tell me previously that we had a different idea on how to pay for that one?
The 29th Street Bridge?
Yes.
Yes, we're working on paying for it right now. It's funding through some of Rusty's DEQ funds, and there's a bunch of federal hoops to jump through, and we're jumping through those right now, but we should have that money to do that project.
And so the bridges that are in your mind, the bridges in Madison County, I guess it were, how much more money will that add to this wish list?
The bridges?
You had more bridges in mind.
I don't know yet. I need to look. I need to get a better feel for what that is. The other bridges are not
they all need, there's a lot of maintenance and repair that needs to be done to a lot of bridges.
$1 million, $2 million, $10 million?
$10 million we could use, for sure.
All of them, or for?
No, that's just a drop in the bucket to get started. It's an ongoing deal. Remember, we have 98 bridges, and most all of them need work.
So, we need $7 million for the 4 bridges immediately.
Yeah, they're in the worst condition.
And then you're saying an additional $10 million on top of that?
I'm just, you're having me kind of pull out of the air right now,
So, all right, so if you had your Harry Potter wand, it would be...
Yeah. I'm just wild guessing right now, right? We haven't really looked at...
Okay, just so we have an idea.
It's a large number. It's a large number.
Okay, and whether or not we want to add that to this.
Right.
So we are going to need more information.
I think, all I was going to ask was that when, as part of that direction to staff, not necessarily the motion, but I think we're going to get in the weeds if we get to discussing too much about what bridges are we going to fix that are extra, simply because the whole idea of this was to be able to do what we want to do without raising ad valorem. And that's a function of only adding when we subtract. And so we're going to be limited on the amount of money that we can do this with. I would hope that we identify the ones that we know right now, maybe have another list over here on the side, and then maybe add 5% to it, because we all know that that's going to change again unless things get better really quick. So that was just my thoughts. And yeah, it's great to have another list, but there's just no way that we can do that and still be able to back into those numbers.
That was my plan, is to see, give bond council, see how much that, what that dollar amount is, and then make it fit to what we need.
Well, we'll do what we can.
Right.
Sure. I want the citizens to know that we have to start fixing these bridges and roads. Everyone complains about it. Everybody wants new roads and bridges, but it's not going to happen miraculously. And this is a way that we can do it with the ad valorem going forward. Not as much this time, but more next time. But no new taxes is the key word. And we've got to start on it. We're $500 million behind on our roads, and they're not getting any better. Every day they get worse. And when you start having bridge problems, that's really infrastructure at about the worst case you can have. I'm not sure everyone realizes this. Roads are one thing, bridges are another. Bridges are a lot more expensive. They take a lot longer to fix and repair. And not only that, they can just absolutely stifle transportation around a city. We've got to get them fixed. We've got to start now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I personally, listening to what I'm hearing talked about, I think it would be more advantageous for us to have a list of what bridges and what projects regarding those bridges. If you're going to have 2 today and you come back 6 months from now and you've got 4 more, it's better to get all those costs together, come back to show us the information that we need to help make the best decision, so we don't have to go to our citizens once again and say, I need a little money. Well, I need a little more money. I need a little bit more money. Let's get one cost, go to the people and say, this is what it's going to take to fix our bridges.
So was the 30 million a year estimate, did that include bridges? Or was that just roads?
That's, the current ad valorem is just roads. Is that what you?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to, I appreciate what everybody said, but I really think we're going to have to take it in stages, because we're not ready and we're months away from figuring up a plan to address the 30 million a year that's needed to stay even. That doesn't even talk about getting better. But we have this immediate need that can be taken care of in a vote in September. And I'm fine if there's a few more near-term bridges that need to be added, I'm fine with that. But if we wait till we have the complete plan on this instance, it won't change the fact the taxes stay the same. We're not raising taxes. and we can add on to the end of our current CIP, ad valorem CIP, and we won't raise taxes, and we'll be able to go ahead and get the money and get these jobs. And it's my understanding you already have the engineering done on these two bridges, is that correct?
It's virtually complete. It's not 100% complete. Close.
So, to me, passing this motion makes the most sense to meet our immediate needs while we're developing a longer-term, bigger scope plan. Any final comments? Please vote. And the motion carries 8-0. Business item number 26, hold a public hearing and receive input from citizens of Lawton regarding the City of Lawton's proposed budget for fiscal year 2023-24, and after due consideration of the city manager's proposals and citizens' input thereon, provide direction to finalize the budget or take action to approve the budget with any revisions by resolution as deemed appropriate. Joe Don.
Okay, Councilman, women, we've got a budget, we've got a balanced budget that we've presented to you today, or presenting to you today. There are two things that really stand out that I am concerned about. Oh, no, it's off. Okay, there. And that is our usage of our unassigned fund balance. We are using approximately $13 million of our unassigned fund balance for the general fund to balance our budget. The other thing I'm concerned about is the employee pension plan. It's the general employee defined benefit plan that we froze in 2017, I think, to all new applicants. But that liability is roughly $40 million right now, and is growing at $200,000 per year approximately. If we look at our total revenues across the city of Lawton, we see that 15% of our sales tax, 15% of our revenues come from sales and use tax, 2% come from other taxes, 13% general utility revenue, and 3% just other. To balance this budget, 67% of non-operational revenues are being sought. That is loans, basically loans from other entities where we can borrow money. If we look at our revenue mix without the non-operational revenues, we see that 40% of our sales and 40% of our revenues are sales and use. 7% is other taxes, which would include franchise taxes, ad valorem taxes, and items such as that. Our utility revenues make up 33%. Other revenues, miscellaneous stuff, is about 20%. If we look at our appropriations, our general fund this year, our adjusted budget for the year we're currently in, fiscal year 23, was $109 million. Our proposed budget for 2024 would be $80. On down the line, total revenues proposed this year, or adjusted this year, were $527. And proposed budget number revenues are $388 million for next year.
As far as our expenditures are concerned, we can see that our general fund is a little over $80 million. Our enterprise fund at $41.8 million. Special revenue funds, $12.1 million. Internal service funds, which would be workers' comp, health insurance, that sort of thing, would be $9.5 million. Other funds that we have at $22 million, and our capital improvement fund is our largest expenditure of $222 million. Now, it seemed like there was another slide on there. Yeah, sorry. I must have clicked past this one. Okay, it was much easier to read on the other one. Our expenditure mix. We have personnel is not shown on the screen. And let me get to that number. Personnel is about 16% of our total expenditures. Materials and supplies at 6%. Other services and charges at 8%. Our maintenance and operations to other funds, basically transfers, 18%. Debt service is at 5%. Grant expenses, which would be our grant matches, or make up about 1% of our total expenditure mix. And of course, being the number that it is, capital outlay makes up 46% of our total expenditures. This would be capital outlay, the CIP, our reverb, anything that is self-funded through normal operations, and anything that has specialty funds attached to it, such as the cemetery, for example. And we've addressed this one. And with that, I'll try to answer any questions that you may have.
So your concern is the general employees retirement account, is that right?
Yes, sir. It is the defined, what we refer to as the legacy retirement fund. The way that was originally set up to be funded was that every employee would be, the city would contribute 10% for all of their general employees toward their retirement, with 6.5% of the contributions that happened for employees that were hired after 2017 to go toward the retirement benefit for the employees that were hired before then that are currently on our plan. That plan is underfunded. Our other plan, our defined contribution plan, that the employees that were hired after 2017, that defined contribution plan, whereas it's not a great plan, really, it is fully funded.
So we've been talking about this since I got here, and we're still talking about it. Do you have a solution?
My solution for that would be that we have to change the formula which we use to fund the legacy plan. That is currently written in statute in our code. And instead of using a percentage, which over the past 6 or 8 years has not worked, that we take a we fully fund our defined benefit, our legacy plan every year, and then we add in a fixed dollar amount, $2 million every year to that defined benefit plan. And over the life of that plan, it would be able to dig us out of the hole that we're in. The key is we've got to fully fund our defined benefit plan, our legacy plan, and we have got to contribute more fixed dollars, not a percentage.
Okay, well, you know, everybody up here wants to do that right.
Right.
The problem is we have to have something presented that we can, as a starting point. I'm going to put an item on the agenda for the next meeting to get that conversation going of where we're going to go, and maybe we can get at least something moving forward on that. Now let's get back to today's budget and what we need to do. Council, do you have any questions for Joe Don before I open up the public hearing?
So if I saw it right, Joe Don, our budget has shrunk?
Yes, it has, because of some of the dollars that we got after we passed our budget last year were one-time revenues for loans and things like that. That increased our budget by about 100%. We were about at $245 million last year before we started going out for loans and other financial instruments that we received.
So our appropriations, it shows, is going to go from 109 million down to 80 million.
For the general fund, yes, sir.
So where does that 30 million come from? Where will it be?
It came from loans, and it was spent on specific projects.
Okay, so it's not a recurring expense that we have to pay for this
Right.
year. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, at this time, I will open a public hearing on the budget, on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2023-2024. Anyone wishing to speak on this budget, please come forward at this time. Yes, ma'am, we need your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, hi, my name is Lauren Atkinson. Can you hear me? Okay, my address is 909 Northwest Dearborn here in Lawton. I wanted to speak on the raises, the employee raises. I wasn't really sure what the appropriate time to do that would be, and I feel that I've missed it. But this does have to do with the budget, so I appreciate it. I would make sure I'd get it to you somehow. Does anyone here know how much the governor makes per year? It's less than Mr. Ratliff. Yeah. Fact check me, please, I assure you. Now, Mr. Ratliff, I don't know you, I'm not saying you're not worth it. Okay? Okay. What did you miss? And I'll repeat myself. You good? Okay. Your microphone is falling apart. Again, I'm not saying you're not worth it. I don't know you, frankly. But what I am saying is there is an enormous gap, and so when you're asking for numbers for the cities, there is an enormous gap all over the country from city managers to general employees. So with your proposed raises for the employees, they would make the highest paid one, I'm being generous here, the highest paid would be making 77 cents to every dollar that Mr. Ratliff here makes. Okay, and this raise came when you accepted the acting city manager position, from what I understand. The difference between Governor Stitt's salary and Mr. Ratliff's is 9 cents, I believe, to every dollar in your favor, Mr. Ratliff. And so it's very confusing to me, and I feel like you guys voted very quickly, and so I kind of lost timing there on what the general employee salary should be. The average household is like, what, 2.5 people per home, I believe is what it is for Lawton specifically. In order to not be in poverty, the national data says that you would have to make $33 an hour to maintain a household of, let's say, 2 people, 1 working, 1 child. Again, being generous. My question is, how do we, being the city size that we are, and questioning the funding of our fire department at the same time, how do we justify paying that much and that large of a gap between our general employees and our city managers?
Can you have 15 seconds?
Okay, that's pretty much it, and I'll be back for another Agenda 7.
Right, thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak on the budget? Anybody that would like to come forward and speak on the budget? Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing. Push your button. Joe Don, Tim's got a question for you.
So, John, my question is, since council in a previous action only approved part of the proposed general employee pay plan, the ones with steps, but not the executive group, will the proposed budget resolution that you have for this item, does that need to be amended, or is it good to go as it is?
It's good to go as it is. We have budgeted for the entire amount of what the pay plan said. So if the council approves the executive level pay scale, we're covered. If the council lowers that for some reason, we're still covered, that our budget dollars are still there.
Thank you.
And because I just throw this in that whereas our overall does appear to have gone down, our personnel services, which would be salaries, taxes, pension, healthcare, everything has gone up from last year by about $9 million.
Okay, council, any questions? Do we have a motion or questions?
Council, Mayor, I'd make a motion to approve the budget resolution for fiscal year 23-24.
Do we have a second? And we do have a second from Ms. Chapman, is that right? Discussion or debate? Oh, we have, push your button. Mr. Gill.
On this motion, we're still waiting to look at the part of the executive level pay scale. So we've got to make notion of that in this budget. No? Okay.
No, we're approving that level, but we're not approving the action that spends the money.
That's what I want.
So if for some reason we didn't approve it, it just wouldn't be spent and it'd be carried over. I think I got that right.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay, don't see any more lights on, so I'm going to call for a vote. Oh, I get to vote.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And the budget passes 9-0. We struck item 27, brings us up to 28. Discuss the acceptance of animals for the purpose of adoption, rehoming, sending to rescue, euthanization, or other means of disposal from outside municipalities. Evaluate the financial implication of the city of Lawton for accepting animals from outside municipalities, and direct staff as seems appropriate. Who is the speaker on this item? Roderick, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you for having me. In reference to the municipal agreements, our current revenue fee that we charge the municipalities that bring in these animals is $46 with a $5.75 admin fee. The cost per day is approximately $11.16 for the basic minimal care that we would be able to provide with a full house. Surgeries are about $37, give or take 10%, depending on the cost of the medications and then the supplies that we have to use. And then vaccines are about $16. That's for the Bordetella, the 5-in-1, basically the nasal Bordetella, and worming that we do for them also. Total cost for one day for any animal actually that comes in is just over $65. The adoption fee that we have is $63.25. That's for any animal that we adopt out, barring the special events that we have. Euthanasia costs for each animal is a total of $10.72. That's for an average size, about a 50-pound dog. And if it's next day euthanasia, taking into account the care that we would have to provide for that animal to that next day, you're looking at about $22. So the total income, the adoption fee, if we do take this animal in from an outside municipality and we adopt that animal out, you're looking at the the $51.75 and then the $63.25. So that's $115, give or take. And of course, the expenses per day, depending on if we hold that animal for a longer amount of time, you're looking at $11.16 per day for the minimal care, food, cleaning up after it, that kind of stuff. And then, of course, if we end up euthanizing, it's $10.72 for the medications.
And so what do we charge these cities, these other municipalities to bring their animals here?
What other cities?
106?
Currently, we have agreements with Apache and Walters. Granfield has got an amount due, so we're not accepting anything from them right now. Currently, we have agreements with Apache and Walters, but the agreement that we have with Granfield, they have an amount due, and we're not accepting animals from them. We're waiting on them to pay their bill before we'll accept their animals again.
Once again, let's just go over this. The Apache, we'll use them as an example, not singling Apache out.
Right.
Apache brings a dog to us, or an animal, and we charge them how much?
$51.75.
We charge them $51.75.
$46 for the agreement fee and then a $5.75 admin fee.
And if that animal is not adopted out in a certain amount of time, then unfortunately it's euthanized.
Yes.
And what is that amount of time?
That will depend on the animal, depend on the interest in the animal, the type of animal. Some animals adopt quicker than others.
Give me the policy for what's the longest you keep an animal before you euthanize it?
A week, give or take.
And so that's going to cost another $11, plus we're going to do $63.25 or something. I got lost in some of those numbers. No, that was the adoption fee. We have a one-day cost of $65 with all of the stuff we do, right?
Right.
But we're only charging them $51.75. Then if we keep it a week before we adopt it out, we continue to incur $11 a day in expenses. Does that include labor?
Yes.
That includes the labor of your organization.
Approximately.
Put that together and divided it up.
Approximately 15 minutes to bring the animal in, 15 minutes to maintain the care in the morning, and then throughout the day, you go through, you scrape the pen, clean the pen again.
Okay, I'm going to let some others speak here. Mr. Gill.
My question is, right now, and as say for the past year, have we not been running at full and over capacity?
Yes.
So that brings up the point that we're already over capacity, probably spending more money than, way far than we have in the program to do it. So in order to take in other animals from other cities, we're going to have to expand the facility that we have. And that's going to cost money to build a new facility or add on, either way we go. So we're going to spend that money to take in other cities' animals, and at the same time, we can't even collect from some of these now. So we get these animals and they're running in the rears as far as paying, and we can't make enough money from what I just heard you say on the animals to pay for an increase in the facility that we have. So as far as I'm concerned, looking at it from a business standpoint, that's absolutely a losing program. We need to be responsible and take care in a good and fair way our animals in our city limits. And unfortunately, the other cities need to take care of their problems also. So I just wanted to say that. I knew we were running over and having a hard time keeping up with just our own. Thank you.
There we go. Let me just start by saying it just breaks my heart. But you have to either be in or be out. We fail in a lot of what we do because we're not either in or out. If you're going to be in the dog adoption or cat adoption business, you can't run it any other way than like a business. It's not fair to the citizens of Lawton for us to expend their tax dollars to take care of animals that are from a different municipality. I don't have a problem taking dogs and cats and squirrels and whatever from every city in the southwest Oklahoma, but we have to have a plan to be able to do that and make it profitable. I don't even think breaking even is a good plan. I think we have to be profitable, because if we're going to build in the future, we have to have funds to do that, and that comes from the profit. The other part of this is, not only would I like for any participating municipality to pay what our citizens pay, basically, what it costs, plus a percent, I would also like anyone that wants to use our facility, they would need to pass ordinances and enforce ordinances in their city, such as our bat ordinance and things of that nature. It doesn't make any sense for us to accept animals from a city that just says, go forth and multiply as many as you want, because we're going to take them to Lawton. And we can't do that. So in for a penny, in for a pound. They need to pay cost plus, and they need to accept and pass all of our ordinances that have to do with animals. That's my thoughts. I mean, because like's been said already, we're just digging that hole deeper. Every day the hole gets deeper. And like I said, it breaks my heart because I'd have every one of them at my house if I could. But I can't. But we have to, there has to be some responsibility, and we're the ones that set that parameter.
And thank you so much. And nobody else has lied on here, so I'm going to make some comments. I think what's in this for me is that the citizens of Lawton are struggling to pay their employees what we need to pay them. And here we are subsidizing other cities' animal control. And I don't get that, and I don't think it's fair to the citizens to expect them to subsidize other municipalities' animal control. Now, there was something in the agenda item, a commentary, I have to assume it's error, but it says it is also important to consider what happens to these animals if they are not accepted by the Lawton Animal Welfare, and whether the animal will be abandoned in the Lawton city limits. How would that happen if it's in the control of another municipality? How would it be abandoned in the city of Lawton?
I actually didn't get that paperwork, so I don't know what it says.
Okay. All right. Ms. Johnson.
Okay, there we go. How much is it for our citizens to bring a dog to the shelter?
The owner lease fee for an adoptable animal is $17.25, and for an unadoptable is $120.75.
Ms. Hankins.
Mayor, I have always thought it was the other way around. They don't bring them to the city to dump them. If you live in the country, I guarantee you that people bring their dogs to the country and dump them right out on the road. So I didn't understand that quite.
Repeat those numbers again, please.
For an unadoptable animal is $120.75, and for an animal that is adoptable, it's $17.25.
And what's the difference between adoptable and unadoptable?
If the animal is considered unadoptable, it has bitten, it has shown aggression, attacked, those type of situations are what is considered unadoptable. Medical, if it's got a tumor, those kind of situations are considered unadoptable.
And then, I know you said this several times, but the cost of another city to bring an adoptable animal is?
$46 for the fee and then a $5.75 administrative fee.
So it costs our citizens more to bring a dog than someone outside the city?
Yes.
Why? Or, I mean, how do we fix that? That doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry?
I was just making a comment, that just kind of seems a little backwards. So if a citizen wants to bring a dog, they're charged $120, but if somebody from Apache brings a dog, we only charge them $46.
And that's been part of the discussion that we've been having at the shelter. These fees were set in place back in 2015. With the addition of the 15% increase a year or two ago, that elevated the fees that we were charging. It was prior to my taking over, actually.
So are we in the process? To me, it seems like it should be reversed, since if we're taking dogs in and then it costs us $11 a day to feed this dog up to at least, or animal, up to at least 7 days, is there discussion to reverse that? Or where are we with that?
I haven't approached council with it, but it has been my intention to look at these fees again and readdress everything through those municipal agreements that we have with the existing cities and let council decide.
Mr. Hampton.
521.
I think push your button again.
You got me instead. Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, can I go ahead and speak since my button's hot? It may be a little premature, but I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to come back with a profitable fee schedule that does not punish our local residents over out-of-town dogs. And I'm with everyone up here. I love dogs. Cats I tolerate, but snakes I hate. But I just think that animals and animal control, and we've had a lot of conversations, it's part of the quality of life of the citizens. But I do agree that we cannot subsidize the care and well-being of these animals.
Okay, so that was a motion with a lot of commentary. I need you to restate your motion.
The motion is to direct staff to come back with an appropriate fee schedule that is profitable as far as it doesn't, at least we don't lose money on all animals, but I think that's good enough.
Okay. Is there a second? And there is a motion and a second. Discussion, Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, I think that that motion is part of this discussion about whether or not we take animals from other cities or not. I mean, is part of that discussion whether or not we take animals from other cities or not? Are you wanting to not take them or to?
It would be council's choice. We've had these agreements for years, and I can't begin to say how long. I know back in the early 2000s, we had agreements with other cities, and we've been taking them for a long time. Primarily, it was a euthanasia agreement. They would bring them to us, and they would be euthanized the next day.
What is your recommendation about that? Do you have a recommendation about taking them or not taking them?
I would recommend that we didn't take them to help population management at our animal shelter.
Okay. It is no doubt that the more animals you put there through your facility, the more wear and tear there is. And I would think that there would need to be a friendly amendment to work up the numbers or whatever information needed. I got one question though, before you cut me off there, Mayor. Did you hear the friendly amendment?
I did not get the friendly amendment.
The friendly amendment is to add to the motion that you work up, the staff work up the details on what it would take to remove our responsibility from taking that, because I'm sure you have to talk to the other cities and whatnot.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused. We've already got a fee for our citizens. I don't think anybody's contesting that. The only thing that's contested is that we are apparently subsidizing dogs from other animals from other communities. Don't want the dog people mad at me. Want them all mad at me, I guess. Now, Mr. Hampton is suggesting that we cease doing that, so what's the point in coming up with a fee schedule? It sounds to me like, maybe I misunderstand, but it sounds contradictory.
If council would choose to go ahead and continue taking these animals from these other municipalities, like Councilman Warren said, have them adopt our code, so that
Hold
they
on
are.
just a minute, we're going to deal with our motion.
Let me ask my question real quick. 5-121 says the euthanasia fee is $115. Is that correct, or is that a typo?
No, 5-1-121 would say that it is the fee that's noted in the fee schedule.
So it's $115 to euthanize for resident or non-resident?
For a resident, unadoptable animal, it's $115 with a $5.75 admin
That's
fee.
added on to us keeping him for 7 days?
No, if it's surrendered as an unadoptable animal, if it's not a release, then typically we euthanize the animal the next day during that process.
But it's $115?
For a resident of Lawton.
Okay, and that's added on to the 7 days of keeping him and, so this says resident and non-resident?
Right, resident, non-resident, unadoptable, $115 with a $5.75 admin fee.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Hampton, Councilman Warren, well-received comments. So I will amend my motion to say that we stop taking animals from out of town until such time that there is space to make that so, and that we do not provide animal services at a cost less than the city's cost.
Hold on just a minute, attorneys.
Okay, my comment to the council would be, my understanding from Mr. Roderick is we have contracts right now with these 3 cities. So maybe part of that motion would be, and I don't remember off the top of my head what those contracts say. Roy may, if they allow for cancellation with 30 days notice. I don't remember that off the top of my head.
There's a 30-day clause in there, yes.
Okay, so part of that motion would have to be to give notice to do that.
Is there a second? The motion is to stop taking animals from outside.
Well, to provide notice to those under contract that will be ceasing in 30 days, or whatever the contract says.
So moved.
Is there a second? Or who seconded that? Do you accept the amendment? Mary Ann, did you second that and you accept the amendment? Okay. Mr. Warren.
Okay. Not to start this whole thing back up again, but the whole purpose in accepting animals from outside should be to make a profit so that it can be reinvested in our system. Now, if we do away with those contracts and we don't take any animals, we have lost that ability to have a profit unless we get that profit from Lawton citizens. So we're either going to be the way we are from now on, never be able to expand and not raise the rates for local citizens, or we can take animals from outside at a greater cost to those people outside, use that money to enhance our system. I mean, I don't really have I was going to say dog in this fight, but that probably wouldn't. It doesn't really matter to me which way we do it, but I think there's some unintended consequences if we just boldly go and do away with the contracts right now without thinking about it. I think we need to look at that and see what the effects are if we close out all those contracts and you know, how can we fund it by ourselves and what can we do without having that ability to make a profit from people outside versus what could we get if we tried to make a profit off of the surrounding municipalities.
Can I make a suggestion that you make a substitute motion?
I would make a substitute motion if it was the pleasure of the council to table this item and have staff bring back a multifaceted plan of either doing away with accepting outside animals or profiting from taking in outside animals.
And we have a second by Mr. Harris. Discussion or debate, George Gill.
I just want to make comments to my esteemed associates up here on the council. I'm going to say what I said earlier. The facility that we have right now, to just double the size, you're talking well over $1 million. I remember when that facility was built and what it cost. It's about as inexpensive of construction that you can do. And we need to understand that if we're going to keep taking animals, even at a profit, that's another one of those 45-year endeavors to just probably even break even. Because we've got cities that are paying anywhere from 55, even if we double it to what we're paying, $100 an animal. This is not going to work. And then you've got a situation with 4 or 5 cities that are small that in a year or two from now they decide we're not going to spend that money anymore, so hey, we're out of this deal. So we're stuck with a new facility at a lot of money that the taxpayers that we represent are going to have to pay. So I know we've got 2 motions on the floor. I'm not really sure what either one of them are at this time. Oh, okay, we're dealing with, but my recommendation is that we would make another motion. I'm not going to make it, but okay. Well, I'll just say this. I think we really need to look at this. If you want to table it and talk about it, that's fine. But I don't think we need to be taking on this burden of housing other people's animals unless that we want to spend a lot of money to build a facility, because the director just told us that the facility is running over and has been for ever since I can remember. We have more animals than we can take care of now. So we're going to have to spend $1 million+ to bring that facility up, even before we can bring other animals in, at least in a humane way. So I just want to say that again to think about it. Thank you.
And also in all of this, can we figure out a way to, if we were going all this time and charging $50 plus for outside animals, I think we need to look at what we're doing, something cheaper for our residents. And you hear Councilwoman Hankins always say, we have a lot of stray dogs. And I think that's one of the reasons, because it costs so much to bring a dog. If we can look at that as well.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I did not know I had my button pushed. I'm still waiting for the vote.
Okay, let's vote.
Could you repeat the motion, please?
Table and come back with a multifaceted plan for moving forward at a profit. And the motion carries 7-1. I would add, before we get on the next one, that Mr. Gill's got a very good point of facility cost and facility risk. Facility cost, I doubt seriously that we had at any physical plant facility cost in our cost of doing business. But a business would have, if a business was doing this analysis. They would analyze what the rent would be on that building and divide it out by the number of animals or whatever. The other is the risk involved. And the risk involved is that you build this facility and the customers quit doing business with you, and then you get to pay for it. So I think that was good points. Now we'll move on to item 29. Thank you, Roderick.
Thank you.
Consider adopting an ordinance amending Building Code Regulations, Section 611107.5, Division 611, Article 61, Chapter 6 of the Lawton City Code, 2015, by substituting all references to 48-hour time frame with 2 business days, substituting all references to 24-hour time frame with 1 business day, requiring mandatory reporting to the city manager or their designee if an inspection or the certificate of occupancy is not issued within the prescribed timelines, substituting all references to life-threatening issues with life, health, and/or safety issues, requiring that a builder be placed on a list of non-conforming builders for a period of at least 1 year when infractions are not corrected, requiring that said builder seek reinstatement of fast-track services through the Building Development Appeals Board, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Who's speaking on this?
I am, Mayor.
Okay, City Manager.
So, Mayor, this is, and Council, this is a ordinance that was very hotly debated at the committee level, and we worked through a lot of the issues, and what this essentially does is for developers that are doing the right thing, that are following code and complying with deficiencies that inspectors have identified, there's going to be one track for those individuals in terms of getting certificates of occupancy, and there's going to be another track for non-conforming developers or those who have a history of adverse service. So this just kind of cleans up, this is something that you've considered before, this just kind of cleans up some of the outstanding issues that were identified at the Processes Oversight Committee. So we think that this is a more complete product.
Mr. Gill.
I just wanted to say that this is an ordinance that I presented that we voted on earlier and passed. John went back through and changed the wording a little bit where it was a little more clear. It's exactly the same ordinance. I agree with it completely, so I just want to bring that up.
So you want to make a motion to approve?
I do make a motion to approve it.
A motion to approve You're waiving the reading of the ordinance and read the title only?
I am waiving the reading
And the second is made by Mr. Harris. Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to buildings, construction, and housing, amending section 6-1-1-107.5, division 6-1-1, article 6-1, chapter 6, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to building code regulations, amending fast-track services for obtaining a certificate of occupancy, requiring all final building inspections to be approved within 2 business days, requiring a certificate of occupancy to be issued within 1 business day of approval, requiring mandatory reporting to the city manager or their designee if the inspection or certificate of occupancy is not issued within the prescribed timelines, allowing for final certificate of occupancy to be approved barring any life, health, and/or safety issues, requiring that the builder be placed on list of non-conforming builders for a period of at least 1 year, and requiring said builder to seek reinstatement of fast-track services by applying to the Building Development Appeals Board, changing references to life-threatening issues to life, health, and/or safety issues throughout, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0, moving us to staff reports, and there are none. So I need a motion to go into executive session. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman.
Okay, we're back from executive session. Please call the roll.
Hampton, Uyghur, Johnson, Warren, Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill.
Executive session, item number 30. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307C11, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session for the purpose of conferring on matters pertaining to economic development, including the transfer of property, financing, or creation of a proposal to entice businesses to locate within our jurisdiction, and if disclosure of public disclosure would violate the confidentiality of the prospective business entities, that conversation did occur, and no action is necessary.
Item number 31, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in the United States District Court for Western District of Oklahoma, titled Kent Jackson as personal representative of the estate of Israel Williams versus City of Lawton et al. Case number, I think it's CV 223, 2084. A conversation did occur regarding that case, and there is a motion.
Mayor and council, I move that number one, due to defendants Jerome Payton and Deleuce Allen having not made a written request to the city for representation pursuant to 11 OS 23-102, the city council withdraw its previous authorization from March 28, 2023 for the law firm of Gooseby, Proctor, and Hefner to represent Payton and Allen, with the caveat that said authorization may be reinstated by future council action in the event that Payton and/or Allen at some point in the future submit a written request for representation pursuant to 11 OS 23-102. And number two, due to defendant Michael Cleghorn having made a written request to the city for representation, and upon a finding that Cleghorn was acting in good faith and in the course of his employment, authorized the law firm of Collins, Zorn, and Wagner to represent Cleghorn in his official and individual capacity.
Is there a second? The motion, the second by Mr. Gill. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item number 32. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B2, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss negotiations with the International Union of Police Associations, Local 24, and the City of Lawton to include discussions concerning a possible amendment to the parties' fiscal year 23-24 collective bargaining agreement. That conversation did occur, and we do have a motion. It's my understanding.
Mr. Hampton.
Yes, Mayor, I make a motion to approve a new 3-year collective bargaining agreement between the City of Lawton and the International Union of Police Associations, Local 24, beginning July 1st, 2023, and running through June 30th, 2026. Said agreement includes a 10% wage increase for fiscal year 2023-2024, a 5% cost of living adjustment for fiscal year 2024-2025, and a revision of the pay plan, which is a potential market adjustment in the fiscal year 2025-26. Said agreement is also included in the following changes: revision to the in-service training hours, revision to the vehicle collision policy, reinstitutes a sergeant initiative program, resolves a pending shift pay differential grievance, updates the officer and dependent group insurance rates, and modifies employees' evaluation dates to coincide with their hire date.
And we do have a second by Ms. Chapman. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item 33, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss pending claim of Schoolhouse Slough, Inc. That conversation did occur, and after discussion, no action necessary.
Do I have a motion for adjournment? Motion adjourned. Mr. Gill, and who was the second? Ms. Hankins was second. Please call the roll.
Uyghur, Johnson, Warren, Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill. Hampton.